too loud. Anyway, hello everybody. Good morning. Yeah, I decided. Yep, I'm up again. It's Friday. I mean, this is a day I normally stream, not this early, obviously, but again, but I got up early again, so um, just give me a sec. And then we can get started. Just randomly shooting several. Might as well just start the game. And you're gone. So, last time we powered through the driving missions and beginner events all in one go, so now, today we're going to get a start on the professional events. Alright. Harder, better, faster, stronger. The only one I don't have covered here is the World Classic Car Series, and, well, there is a car I'm gonna buy if I don't have something that covers it. So, Club and Cup, it's a bit hairier than the Sunday Cup, but not that much. I think the Peugeot 205 can show up there. I should probably. Let's see. I don't want to bring a front-wheel drive car there. That seems like a bad idea. Could bring the Infinity. Why do I have so many front-wheel drive cars? I don't need that many of them. You know what? Let's see what this thing can do. And you know what? Let's see what this thing can do. Stock transmission is functional but silly. Also, when watching back when it does need those old GT4 randomizers. Oh, never mind. Why does this race have a production car requirement? Because the AI can bring concept cars there for some reason. And also, it is possible to, like, run a car with less than the minimum power there if you just detune it once you're in the tuning menu. Anyway. Let's see how overpowered this thing is. Oh, we got an RX-7, got the Z4. Okay, this won't be completely overpowered. Okay, this transmission's too short. No, this might actually be perfect. I kind of want to use more vehicles, but I don't really have anything else that fits. For the Tuning Car Grand Prix, I can use whatever I want there. NA Sports, I can use Zonda Turbo. I might be able to turbo the Legacy, I'm not sure, because it's one of the flat 6 models. Boxer Spirit, well, I have the Legacy. Well, Classics, I still need a car for that. I might just buy a car. I don't win one. I don't care about this being a no-buy run. World Compact, I'll use the Mitsubishi I, and Supercar Festival, I'll need more power, but I can tune up the Zonda. Like, the Zonda will be perfect there with a bit more power. Oh, looks like the Focus is taking the lead. See, we've got the Clio V6 on the grid. a bit cleaner, but whatever. tell me? last one I'm gonna revert to the stock transmission because, yeah. Hey, the HCD6. Anyway, transmission. Look out, Integra. I've got a big SUV. Screw your VTEC power, I've got a V8. Humanity kind of slaughtered this series more than I expected, but worked out well. Let's see what we win here. Alright, what do we win? Oh hey, Skyline! This I have use for. I guess I'll take it. I mean, there are way too many R34s in this, but at least I have a Skyline now, because I need one of these. Alright, so next up is the Tuning Car Grand Prix, and, well, you know what, let's use the Skyline. I mean, the Tuner Village is kind of a gimmick, but you can get an extra turbo here. So, I got lots of money, so from the driving mission, so might as well give this thing lots of power. I don't need that much power, but before I put more power, I'm gonna put a wing on this. I don't think I'll need. I'm gonna forego suspension upgrades and stuff like that, but you do want a decent amount of power here. .409. Kind of a weak power upgrade, honestly. I think it's the exact same Nissan anyway, so. No, let's buy this. Don't want to completely break into the driving missions fun just yet if I don't need to, but. We'll see if this is enough. And I will also crank up the downforce a little. Point, the only vehicle I'm really missing is a classic car, but it's not a big deal if I don't end up winning one today. Alright, 68 points. I should be barely be going. Outbreak. Alright, looks like this might be perfect amount of power, actually. And worst case scenario, I can take out the intercooler if I want to nerf the power a little, but I think it'll be fine, really. Oh crap. I think close gearing goes much beyond 150, but that'll be fine. So I got my car pretty evenly matched here. Somewhat. I've blown everyone away except for the Z. This car will also be perfect for the turbo sports. I could also use this in the supercar festival if I really wanted to. But I already have the Bugatti too. Alright, next race I'm taking out the intercooler. Just limit myself a bit. Nice thing about the championship races, you can just exit back to like the home screen and like just save in the middle in between rounds if you don't want to do it all in one go. I mean, GT3 lets you basically do the same thing as well. Alright, let's see how we do without the intercooler. Now, Fuji has a big front straight, so I might run out of transmission, but it'll be fine. All these Japanese tuner cars, and then we got the Yellowbird. Looks like the Yellowbird has the straight line advantage, but I can out-corner it. Alright. May not keep up in a straight line completely, but yep, and I'm at a top speed. But I can still out-corner the 911. Well, legally speaking, it's not a 911, but close enough. And even the license plate says P911. Okay, the Yellowbird will still outgun me here, but there's one more lap, so I think I'll be fine. Worst case scenario, I can resort to blocking. Could have put the stock transmission on here, but hello, Smiley Tech. How do you do? No, no, ah. Well, I tried. Yeah, can rerun that one after. It's also kind of a speed track, but still, it's one where handling matters too. Looks like this one might be a loss, but... Oh! Looks like the yellow bird hit the wall. Proudest moment, but it'll do. Okay, it looks like I might have enough of a lead to... I think it'll be fine. And here it comes. Or not. Anyway. I have to rerun Fuji, but whatever. I think otherwise this state of tune is perfectly fine. So, I'm just going to keep the intercooler off for now. And El Capitan reverse, I'll be fine here, of course. They're not very fast around here. logged in anyway. Alright, one more round to go. Oh yeah, I've got this locked in even if I don't actually do the final race. But the final race takes us to Tsukuba for 5 laps. I think I'll be fine. DS2000 there. Wanted to outbrake, but I didn't want to do that. be fun. Has anyone ever actually used a front-wheel drive car here? In this game, they're kind of limited. Alright. So I think I'll be fine. And then I'll redo the second race later. For now, I'll move on to other series. Alright, let's see what we win. Oh, come on! Well, I get another skyline. This time it's an R32. And I'll rerun Fuji later. Next up, NA Sports. I'd use the 190, but no. Now to use one of the Paganis I have. I don't know which one is which, because I have two of them and they're exactly the same. Well, 0.3%, I think it said. And I sadly can't put a wing on it, but obviously that doesn't matter for this series. Alright, NA Sports. This thing will be a bit overpowered for this, but no big deal. Got a TVR there too. Yeah, 35, this isn't much. And I know this thing does a lot with seemingly not much power. This would happen. Still, this car's nice to drive. everyone away with this car. Yeah, it's not technically more powerful than anyone else, really more powerful than anyone else here, but this car isn't that heavy and uses the power well. You know what? I'm gonna pick a less powerful vehicle. I'm gonna get back in my NSX. Can't put much power in these. Kinda wish you could turbo it, but obviously I don't need... Can't do that with this series. You know what, let's just buy that in case I need it. And obviously money doesn't matter right now, so... Zonda is fun, but it's way too fast for this. Oh, and we got a Zonda here. I knew it showed up here, but still. Didn't mean to go that. Didn't mean to outbreak them like that. Looks like Team Pagani is stuck in traffic. I'll be fine here. May still put on the tuning upgrade at Motegi though, because yeah. still keep the Zonda for the Supercar Festival, though. So that's a series where I can put all that power and more to good use. So I will need more power in it if I even want to enter it there. Alright. Tiggy I'm a bit concerned about, but I'm just gonna try it anyway. I might put the tune on if the Zonda shows up again. We got the TV, we got the Cerbera. That one's also fast, so you know what? I'm gonna put it on. looks like the Camaro is holding up the TVR. So looks like it probably didn't actually need the tune, but whatever. Insurance. These games are all about just infinite experimentation, really. Why they brake so early? GVR at Motegi. I ate 14 much. I was with the Tamora, but still. It is still the Speed 6 engine. Outbreak these two again. Alright. Looks like I'm good now. That's how well I'm keeping up. I'm not sure if I needed the tune, but whatever. I'll still take it off for the other two races. I'll be fine there. I also have the duplicate NS6 I could have used, but whatever. Yeah, now I'm just kind of blowing everyone away again. Still, not as much as I would with the Zonda. Thank you for the follow, Emerald. How do you do? The job I have kind of retweaking my schedule. It's nice to be able to easily get up early again if I don't need to. Because if you start early, then you have the rest of the day ahead of you. And it gives me more time to do stuff like this. Especially with how erratic my schedule has become. Although, what if instead of an erratic schedule, I had an erotic schedule? Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen right now. Alright. Now I'm gonna take off the tune for the last two. Route 5 and Trial Mountain, I can probably do fine at both of those. Oh, we got the Zonda again. This time on pole. Alright, might as well just still see how this does without the tune. Worst case scenario, I can put it back on. Also got the later Audi S4 with the V8. Weird quirk of the S4, at least in the vanilla game, is that it doesn't accept turbos, but it does accept intercoolers. Even though you can't put forced induction on it otherwise. Like, I don't know what purpose an intercooler is going to serve without forced induction. Definitely not catching up here. Especially if I keep doing that. You know what, I'm just gonna take the L and put the tune back on. Let's put a turbo on it, except obviously I can't. I can't even use it. I can't even turbo this car to begin with. NSX did a lot with a relatively modest-sized 6. Now we're at the point where Honda has a Civic with more power than the original NSX. What has this world come to? Even the later V6 Accords could match the NSX for power. So the Accord doesn't offer a 6 anymore. I don't think the European/Japanese version of the Accord ever offered a 6. That was more of an American Accord thing. Although the Acura TSX, which was the American version of the European Accord, offered a 6. Come on, Pagani. There are a number of Italian sports car companies that were born out of a desire to spite Enzo Ferrari. Pagani is an indirect product of Ferrari's spite since Horatio started at Lamborghini and Ferruccio started building luxury cars to spite Enzo. doubt. One more for the NA Sport. So this mod has like a weird bug where it sometimes just outright hangs when you exit the tuning menu. I know it happens on Super Speedway especially. Which is why I'm just saving before I enter. Or if I have intent to enter the tuning menu. Okay, no Zonda, but we got the Callaway C12. For some reason I thought that car was supercharged. But... And we got the TVR again. Now, Callaway Cars has no affiliation with Callaway Golf, but there is a family connection since Callaway Golf was founded by the father of the guy that founded Callaway Cars. Figured I'd do fine here. After this race, I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee. Well, it's a good thing I didn't leave the tune on for this one. Alright, let's see what we win. Oh hey, except this is the turbo Audi S4. Guess I'll take it though. Anyway, they'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some coffee. Just leave you right here. Alright. Might as well just reuse my yogurt spoon for this too. Like, I'm the one with the food safe certification. I should be the one caring about cross-contamination, but it's all my own thing, so it doesn't matter. Alright, let's see what turbo cars I've got. I've got a lot of them. I could use the Toyota GT1 if I really wanted to. Not that I want to. Probably not gonna even do the World Championship right away after I finish all the pro events. Could use the... You know what? Let's use the Audi S4. Just for something a little more out there. 276. 315. 362. Huh. Can't really put... Okay, that's a surprising lack of power considering... Compared to GT2 where you could put this thing like 600. And obviously I can't take off the turbo. No, I can't take it to HBA. You know what, let's use the R32 since I have it. Take off the traction control. Mines. 395, 447, 538, 5... Oh, how... Now this one has like a slightly different power curve, but... Like, why does that one have more power for slightly less money? Don't know how much power I need. I think they are slightly modified there. You know what, let's just go with the stage 2 for now and work from there. Yes, I can put a wing on this. I'm not going to, but I could. And another option would be to buy a closed transmission, but you know what, I'm just gonna wing it. And see what happens. Oh wow, this is a weaker lineup than I expected. Then again, these guys are probably still modified. At least it's not all 90s Japanese cars. We got classic Peugeot driver, Delta DeGrale, Buick. And you got the Eclipse there, but that's not as... Why'd I shift down to first? I didn't mean to do that. That 205 is one of my gripes with GT4's used car cycle, because there are some specific vehicles that show up only once per color per cycle, and that is one of them. Although on my Jeff run that I'm doing on my own time, I did manage to actually find the 205. Maybe I'll win one from the randomizer, who knows. It would be nice to have the 205. It is a cool car, obviously. Okay, looks like this is a pretty equal matchup. Much like the 911, it looks like I can outrun it in the corners. Except this is the 80s track, not the 90s track. I think I've heard that this version of Fuji is actually an inspiration for High Speed Ring. mean, ever since this game, Fuji's been a staple track in Gran Turismo, but I can wish they bring back the classic layouts. Oh, it looks like the 205's having issues actually keeping the car stable. Because that is a mid-engine all-wheel drive vehicle. Oh, hey, Jordan.
Is this iRacing 2?
No. This is Mario Kart 9.
Oh, holy shit. Sneak peek.
Yes. Anyway, hello.
Oh, you've got the GTR.
Yeah, CR32.
Ah. There was a cooler car in that race, sadly.
What, the 205?
I was gonna say the HF Delta Integrale, but sure.
Yeah, I mean, the Integrale is cool, too. I kind of wish we had the Delta S4 Stradale in this, too.
Yeah. Let's say I found a game which I want to try.
Oh, hey, here's the 205 again. And also the Audi S4, which I actually considered using in this, but no. And I do also have an R34 GTR in here, in my garage right now, too.
This is the Japanese championship. I see a Peugeot and I see a...
this is the race of Turbo Sports.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Hope's just casually cutting you off.
Yeah. Like, I think in the last race, the only Japanese car in there besides my Skyline was the Eclipse. I mean, we got a few more in here. The only one that... I mean... Although we also got the 205 again, and also the Audi S4. Remember when the Volkswagen Group made engines with 5 valves per cylinder?
I mean, I remember when they used to make diesels, which
yeah.
did not...
We don't talk about that! We don't talk about that! Remember diesel engines?
Yes, my dad has a diesel engine.
I don't know. Where I live, small regular car passenger vehicles with diesel engines were never as common as they were in Europe. And I remember when like Mazda dragged their feet for years trying to bring over the diesel 4-cylinder to like the Mazda 6 and the CX-5. I don't know if they ever ended up even bringing it over after all. And if they did, it wasn't for long.
What's it, have you ever heard of the car brand Seat?
Yes.
Okay, so, my dad has had a few Seats from the, late 90s to, I think, mid-2000s?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if those were involved with Dieselgate, though. Or was it just North American
I don't know.
cars?
I think the Dieselgate only affected some of the newer Volkswagen Group models. Remember when Audi made a Q7 with a diesel V12?
Yes.
Why did they do that?
Why not? You know?
I mean,
sometimes in life you just have to say, why not?
Yeah, and...
Let's go for it.
Yeah, I mean, Volkswagen also offered the Touareg and also the Phaeton with a diesel V10.
Remember the Phaeton? That's something I haven't saw in ages.
The Phaeton is the automotive... You know, why didn't Audi offer the A8 with the diesel V12? That would have been an interesting choice.
You say Audi should have just, with older, higher trim cars, just have a diesel engine, which has like too many cylinders for what it actually probably needs.
I mean, they did offer the A8 with the W12 engine, which is a weird engine.
The thing is, when you say W12, that makes me think of, is it the Narda, VW Narda?
Yeah. You know what the Volkswagen Phaeton is? It's the automotive equivalent of the Wii U.
I wouldn't call the Phaeton that bad.
No, I mean it in that, like, that's not a diss on the Phaeton, or the Wii U for that matter, it's just, it was poorly marketed, it's just that it was not marketed well, and people didn't really see it for what it was. Like, with the Wii U, people thought it wasn't clearly marketed, so people thought it was like an add-on for the original Wii rather than an all-new system, and with the Phaeton, it wasn't clear, like, this was like an upmarket luxury sedan, and if you looked at it, you could easily mistake it for a Passat.
Let's be fair, if you're buying a high-class executive saloon, are you really going to look at Volkswagen?
Exactly! That's one of the issues the Phaeton has. From what I've heard, it was actually supposed to be even more upmarket than Audi, even though Audi is supposed to be the more upmarket brand, because the Phaeton actually used the same platform as the Bentley Continental, but the turbo version of the W12 was off limits. And why would you buy a luxury sedan from the People's Car brand when you could just buy an Audi?
Let's be fair though, you see how many Audis in the road nowadays? That is now the people's car.
Yeah,
VW's not done the reverse.
I mean, Audi was originally like a more mainstream brand, and then I think it was actually under Ferdinand Piech's leadership that they got moved more up market. And also, I believe the Phaeton was Ferdinand Piech's idea as well.
I will say Audi used to do cool things. Then they tried to join F1 and offset. All I'm saying is, why throw away so many like years of like good results and whack and stuff like that?
Yeah,
and, like,
they were
even former cars. Like
they were. Yeah, I mean, in the 2000s and 2010s, they just absolutely slaughtered at Le Mans.
It's funny. My favorite Audi endurance car is, in fact, none of those wet cars. It's in fact the IMSA. It's the IMSA GTO.
Oh yeah, that one.
That's sick.
Yeah.
It's a death trap, but it's so cool.
Yeah.
Then you have the I would say the more toned down version, the SCCA original, I should say.
I think without the diesel V12 Audi put in the Q7, they were supposed to put it in the R8, but they canceled it because they had the Audi R8 Le Mans concept, which had that diesel V12 engine.
New stream name. Two VTubers talking ramble about German cars for 2 hours.
Well, I drive a Skyline.
How amusing.
I mean, Volkswagen made an R32 as well, just not like this.
Oh, the better R32.
Yeah.
Hard to piss off the JDM fanboys, say the R32 Golf is better. I mean, at least with the Golf, I can, maybe afford it in my lifetime. The Skyline, no.
Yeah, but the R32 was like the special Golf with the VR6 engine.
I mean, wasn't there a Mark V Golf? It was something really absurd.
Yes, there was a Mark V R32, except in North America, the Mark V Golf actually brought back the old Rabbit name. Because over here, the Golf was originally sold as the Rabbit, and the Mark V brought back that name in North America. And the GTI and R32 models were just badged as GTI and R32 with no Golf Rabbit or Golf name, and then the Mark 6 brought back the Golf name over here.
Remember the Scirocco?
Yeah. Remember the Corrado?
That was before my time, but yes.
Yeah,
What?
the Corrado was cool. Especially the VR6.
Then every Forza fanboy started liking it because of FH.
Oh yeah, because it was in Forza Horizon. I want to play that game at some point.
To be fair though, that car, it's an interesting car you picked for your first car.
Yeah.
It's not like the newer games where, oh, you've got fucking 4,000 horsepower Toyota Supra.
I mean that game also has the yellow and black Viper too.
Iconic.
Yeah, and also in the Project A spec mod for GT2, you can get a yellow and black Viper, like the Forza Horizon spec car basically, except it's the older Viper obviously, but you can get the yellow and black Viper there.
I will say there is been a few cars which I've been really wanting to try in GT4, but I've never gotten to drive them.
Yeah, I mean the thing about the randomizer is that it gives you a chance to drive more of the left field cars because it's all random. Like yesterday I drove the Pontiac Vibe, a car I'd otherwise never driven before in this game. Remember Pontiac? I miss Pontiac. Anyway. Oh, I should probably, like, speed up the... Alright, next up, New York. Jordan, are you muted or something? Or are you just AFK?
I'm back.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, someone was talking to me.
Oh, yeah, that happens.
What were we talking about again?
Audi. And also Forza Horizon. And also you mentioned about GT4, like, what cars you want to try in this.
What's that? There's a video which I watched a month ago.
Yeah?
About interesting cars in Gran Turismo.
Yeah,
and you can probably guess there is a certain supercar from the 90s which I don't have to try.
Is it the V16T?
Yes.
Have you seen Raffle Waffle's video, the cars you only know because of Gran Turismo?
I mean, I quite like his videos. I've been watching.
Yeah, did you see the story about how the 4200R got included in GT5?
I think so. I don't fully remember. I remember bits and pieces from the video.
Yeah, like, Kaz was at Pebble Beach in 2009 picking the next GT award winner, which ended up being the Giulia, and he ended up meeting Shiro Nakamura, who was working at Nissan at that point, and previously worked at Isuzu, and as it turns out, Kaz was at the Tokyo Motor Show in 1989 when the 4200R was unveiled, and they both got the idea to bring the 4200R back to life in GT5 because the car had been destroyed long ago.
I think I remember that.
Yeah, so they brought it back to life in GT5. Do you know about do you know about
the Jag?
Okay, you go first.
I like the was it the very add about the 60s Jag.
The XJ13.
You know, yes. You
Yeah.
noticed it's in a lot more games after GT5 now.
Yeah.
You noticed?
Yeah.
For the
Yeah, I
longest
know
time,
it's in
it's
all.
on
I know it's
any
in Forza
game.
as well. So.
When it just out of nowhere.
Yeah,
Oh,
because I
hey.
mean that car would probably be much more iconic if it had the chance to race.
Yeah. I mean, it's sad it crashed IRL. Like,
Yeah,
not
but they
to
rebuilt it, and the one in GT5 is based on the rebuilt version.
Yeah.
Still, it's a shame the car never got to race. Also,
It is.
hey, look, we got James Bond in the lead here.
You got an Aston?
No, a Lotus Esprit.
Ah, is it an S1 or an S2?
I don't know. I don't know. It's from 1987. That's all I know.
That is an S1.
Yeah, I don't know what year Bond drove the Esprit.
77.
Yeah, so...
Nope. At least that's when I think the movie came out. So it's
I don't
probably the
know.
same year.
Let me look it up.
I know when the 90s...
Yeah, it was it was 1977, and that was an S1 Esprit. So, and this okay. So I think this one's an S3.
I think there was only two, though.
No,
The S1 and the S2.
no. This, the series. Let's see. The Series 1 Esprit was 76 to 78. Series 2 was 78 to 82. Series 3 was 82 to 88, and that's a 1987 up there. So that's a Series 3. And then
I know. I thought that we had 1 and 2.
Yeah, and then there was 1988 to 1994 was known as the X180, and then there was the Series 4, which was the Esprit, which initially still had the Turbo 4, but then a couple years later it became the Esprit V8. And this is the only Esprit in any GT game that doesn't have the V8.
The V8 is a cool car.
Yeah. It was also...
Talking about
also,
you know,
along with the C5...
Also cool
Also, along with the C5 Corvette, the Esprit was one of the last production cars to have pop-up headlights.
It was indeed. You know what's also a cool Lotus?
What?
Which I actually probably would own if I had the chance, and like 70 grand to buy one.
What?
The new Emira.
Oh, yeah.
You get that in the 6-speed manual.
You know, yeah, you know, I always thought of the Evora as a British NSX.
Maybe.
Because mid-engine, aluminum body, transverse V6.
I mean, Honda and Lotus have done things in the past.
Yeah.
Perhaps,
except the Evora used a Toyota engine, and the Emira still offers that engine.
Yeah.
Except the Emira also offers an AMG engine too.
I will say Honda and Lotus did work in the 80s together with when Senna and the what's it? Suzuki?
Oh yeah, because Honda built F1 engines for Lotus.
Suzuki. It was. I know it was a Japanese one. I don't remember which one though. I know it wasn't Taki and Uri.
Yeah, because Lotus did use Honda engines at some point for F1.
I mean, it's amusing that the top 3 British teams in the 80s at some point used a Honda engine.
Yeah,
McLaren,
Williams, Lotus, McLaren,
and Lotus.
And Senna raced for all those teams, except he didn't go to Williams till later.
Yeah.
And by that point, they were using Renault engines.
As much as I like Michael Schumacher in 1994, what he did at Adelaide was very stupid. And to be fair, what Damon did was even worse.
Can I get the drag on the Esprit? Nope. Looks like I gotta rerun this one. I think I did hit the wall earlier anyway, so.
I will say, I have to admit, this game looks so good. Times Square. I'm not even sure if you noticed, but you just passed the on the right.
This is an HD retexture pack, so that's so some of the ads in New York here are anachronistic.
Oh, I was going to say, I don't remember there being a burnout ad for in
Yeah,
Gran
there are
Turismo.
also ads for this texture pack also has adds ads for Netflix to New York, Target, the PS5. You can also see Shrek. Like look, there's Tic Tac. What else is there? Like I'll point out some of the ads if you want. Oh,
They have the
all right. All right. I gotta restart that again, because my controller just died.
old Magneti Morelli logo. If you know what Magneti Morelli is.
Yeah, I know. Don't they make like auto components or something?
Yes. Would you like a fun fact that you're driving a GTR, a R32 GTR?
Did they make
So you know,
something for
so
the
you know
GT?
Calisonic?
Yes.
Okay, so the people who bought Calisonic, the brand, a few years ago, because the Calisonic got bought, they also bought Magneti Morelli.
Oh, that's interesting.
So, instead of calling their overall company Calisonic, it is now called Morelli. So, when you watch Super GT nowadays, I think for instance last year, could be wrong, but I know they ran Calisonic until like 2 or 3 years ago. Well, last year or 2 years ago.
All right.
So whenever you see the Team Impo car, it will say Morelli. But they used to have a small tiny Calisonic sticker next to it.
I'll see if I can. I'll see if I can point out any other funny stuff on this with this retexture. Also, if you look at the retexture on Tokyo, they add Smug Anya to some of the signs.
So they were just having a bit of fun.
Yeah, clearly. At least Shrek is not anachronistic.
I will say that it's interesting. I'm not sure if you played the older Forzas, but I never.
I never played Forza.
FM2, FM3 also had a New York.
Yeah,
track.
I knew Forza had a New York track, but
it's similar, but it's interesting to see how both Polyphony and Turn 10 go around basically the same bit of land and just
like
a different way out.
Hey, look, it's McDonald's.
Oh, there's a Hyundai ad.
And also Pepsi.
BP.
That's
Wait a minute, is that who I think it is?
Where?
You just passed on the left? Oh, there's an AMD one. But
also Toys R Us, AMD.
I mean, Toys R Us, to be fair, wasn't there like a big Toys R Us store at the time though?
Yeah. Nvidia.
I swear I saw an album cover there. Where is it?
I think it was might have been the Hard Rock Cafe.
I'm trying to find the
hey, look, there's Netflix.
Oh, there's LG.
Kodak.
Ray-Ban.
There's Shrek.
There's Suicide Squad.
Look, there's.
I'll be back in a minute. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Oh, there's Wendy's and.
There's Shrek.
Salzburg.
See? Do you see Shrek?
Cadillac. Yes.
Intel.
Cadillac.
McDonald's again.
Alf. Mopar. Valvoline. I think that's Oppo off the top. Chinese cell phones.
The Late Show. Alright, I'm gonna finish this race now. Enough gawking at random advertisements.
I will say it's very amusing, which they what's it? They have like all these modern adverts, but then you see like an ad for like an old Infinity.
Yeah. Remember when Lotus brought back the Elan as a front-wheel drive car?
Yes, but like I said, that was all before my time.
Yeah, that was why did they do that?
I mean, I get what you're saying, but the thing is, at least the with the front wheel drive car, it is still apparently one of the best handling front
Yeah,
wheel
I've heard, but
production cars.
I've heard, but the timing was weird because it came out at around the exact same time as the Mazda Miata, which was pretty clearly a spiritual successor to the classic Elan.
It's I think Lotus, the car company, was dire rates with money.
Yeah, and also
That's why they made it as cheap.
and then later they sold the tooling to the car to Kia.
Yeah, wasn't the front wheel drive one have like a Isuzu engine?
Yeah, it was a Suzu.
Something dinky like that or something.
And I think the taillights came from an Alpine.
I remember when Alpine used to make cars instead of just the same one car for the last 7 years.
Yeah, except they're probably going to be doing a bit more now because the Renault Sport division has been absorbed into Alpine, so now what used to be Renault Sport models will now be sold as Alpines.
I will say
because they got they got the electric Renault 5 coming, and I think the performance model is going to be called like the Alpine A290 or something. Except where I live, we don't have Alpine or Renault or any other mainstream French brands.
I will say Renault, my favorite Renault car, race car, is not an F1 car. And it's something which you probably... I'm not sure if you may have heard the story, you may have not. You know the Renault 5 Turbo?
Yeah. What about it?
Okay, so... in the US, they never sold the Renault 5 Turbo. They sold the Renault Le Car, which is...
Yeah, oh yeah, the Renault Le Car.
Renault 5, right? So... they used to have a single make championship, like
why did they call it Le Car anyway?
Because, haha, funny.
Yeah, but they could have just called it the Renault 5, like they literally call, like how they call it literally everywhere else.
You gotta remember, back then, Renault. You think the average American who doesn't really know cars internationally knows what a Renault is? This is before the internet.
Yeah, and they probably also wouldn't even know how to pronounce the name.
Yeah, they were sold in the AMC dealership, so
yeah.
That's why they were just called Le Car. Not even Renault, just Le Car.
Oh, I didn't know they even lacked the Renault name. That's interesting.
They had a single make championship in the 80s. Before some... you could call them a genius, you could call them what's the nicest way to put it? A maniac of sorts.
Maniac.
So,
except that would be for a Peugeot driver.
In the 80s, someone in IMSA ran a Renault 5.
Yeah, I think I've seen that car in the Discord server for GT2A spec under the car suggestions.
The thing is with this particular one, well, the Renault car engine would just not cut because come on, it's like 60 horsepower or something.
Yeah, didn't the earliest R5s have like 40 some horsepower?
Yeah, so they went to Europe. They said, "Can we have a few Renault 5 turbos?" It's basically the Renault 5 IMSA car is basically just a Renault 5 B car, but made for the racetrack.
Oh, that's interesting.
It wasn't competitive. However, I said that car is a very important race car, mainly as it was sort of the the start of the Hans device? I can link you a video to it because it describes.
Yeah,
it
I
better
might
than
take a look later.
It's a very interesting video. So, the more you know. A Renault 5 was the start of the Hans device.
Oh, that's interesting. Look, yes, we just call it the Hans device as if it was named after someone named Hans.
Maybe, but
It's not. It's short for head and neck support.
Oh, there you go.
It's not named after someone named Hans. Even though I call it the Hans device too.
Isn't that what the brand's called? Hans?
No, it's just. Let me look this up. I think it's just like a generic term for. I think it's just a generic term.
It's fucking fine.
Yeah, it's just short for head and neck support. It's not a brand name or even an eponym. Like one of the things the Hans device reduces the risk of is basilar skull fracture. Like that's taken the lives of a number of notable drivers, such as I think
Dale Earnhardt.
Yeah, that's the one I was about to mention, and also Roland Ratzenberger on the same weekend as Senna.
Alright. In fact, you like obscure motorsport stories, don't you?
Yeah, and also, did you ever hear about how they, after Senna's fatal crash, they found an Austrian flag in Senna's car?
I heard that. Yes.
Yeah. Because because apparently it turns out he wanted to pay tribute to Roland, but obviously things didn't work out.
And I also remember hearing that a certain other Brazilian had the accent. I think he broke his leg or something.
I don't know which other Brazilian driver you mean.
Rubens Barrichello.
Oh, yeah.
I'd say if you like motorsport stories and it's not like super popular, different kind of stories, you'll like this one.
Yeah, just send me the video and I'll take a look later.
DM'd you the link.
Yeah,
there's,
sure.
There's a bit of endurance racing, some Formula 1. Very little Formula 1.
You ever hear of a race car called the Eagle Performance 700?
The Eagle Performance 700. I don't think I ever have.
It was. Do you know about the Corvette GTP from the 80s?
Let me look at a picture of it, see if I do recognize it.
The Eagle Performance 700. They took a. It was intended to run at Le Mans. I don't think it actually made it past qualifying because I think maybe it was reliability issues. It had. It was based on the Corvette GTP, but it had a monstrous 10.2 liter V8 shoved in the back of it. Also, I want another Subaru wagon.
I mean, technically, well, it's called a GTP. Technically, is this the first GTP?
I don't know. Anyway,
the Eagle 700.
Yeah, right? It was based on the Corvette GTP race car from the 80s, so like IMSA GTP, and
entered the 1990 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, and it had a 10.2 liter V8, so which I believe is the largest engine anyone ever tried to race there. Alright, next up is the Boxer Spirit, and I have two vehicles I can use here. And they're both wagons.
Am I surprised that I'm looking at these 1990 like results for this car? Am I really that surprised that the XJR12 won it? The Silk Cut team, Silk Cut Jag team with Tom Walkinshaw racing.
Well, it's Tom Walkinshaw. That explains it.
It's the team which is making me think It was P3 Alpha Racing Team.
Yeah.
Because it
All right.
one
So
driver.
Boxer Spirit. I've got both the Legacy wagon with the flat six and an Impreza wagon. I'm gonna use the Legacy.
That is an actual very interesting team.
All right. Let's.
So you've got. You ever heard of Tiff Nadell?
Name rings a bell. I'm not familiar with this person.
You ever watched Fifth Gear?
Not really, but
Oh,
I know
okay.
what it is.
He used to be one of the presenters. He used to also host Top Gear in the 90s.
Yeah, didn't the European version of GT4 Prologue have one of the Fifth Gear presenters as the narrator of the challenges?
I don't remember. David Sears is the son
hold
of
on.
Jack
Let me look
Sears.
this up, because, let's see.
Anthony Reid.
Yeah, because you remember GT4 Prologue, right?
Funny enough, I've never actually played it, but...
I have. Okay, I'm not sure, but it had, but the European version, at least, of GT4 Prologue, it had, like, a narrator for the challenge. I forget, and I think it was one, actually, I think Rhino GT4 said it was one of the Fifth Gear presenters. And
hard to think of it. Tiff Nadell is 72. Jesus Christ.
And Rhino GT4 is the person who gave us the pink Vits meme. Alright, I'm gonna use the Impreza. Turns out I can't put much power on the Legacy. Because they won't let me turbo it. So, let's race a wagon in the against legally distinct Porsches.
Legally distinct Porsches.
And
I mean, you could just say the better Porsches of the time.
And that's not a joke, by the way. They are legally distinct.
Oh, I know. Just remember that the Wolf CTR Yellowbird used to be the fastest production car in the world for a good few years.
Yeah, the Yellowbird...
By accident.
The Yellowbird was an absolutely mad vehicle.
Remember, this was by accident as well, not even on purpose.
Alright, 390 horsepower, that should hopefully be enough. And... Alright, let's see if that's enough to take on... You know, we should use the Citroen 2CV here, because it has a flat twin.
I mean, you might be a bit slow, though. Maybe you get a head start, you might have a chance, but even then...
Oh, we got the CTR2 in front here. Yeah, or bring, like, the old Beetle here. Or if this was GT5, you could bring the Kubelwagen.
Das Kubelwagen. Hong Kong. I mean, to be fair, with the 2CV, if you start on pole and you block for your wife, you may have a chance.
And there was also the 2CV Sahara, which had 2 engines.
Well, they both 40 horsepower.
Yeah. Do you know about the Mosler? Do you know about the Mosler Twin Star?
No, but you're telling me Citroen, some person, or the Citroen themselves, made a 2CV with 2 just stock 2CV engines, and it's less than 100?
Yes, the 2CV Sahara was an actual factory version of the 2CV. It had 2 engines, one in the front, one in the back, to provide 4-wheel drive.
What category? Is this for Dakar or something?
No, it was an actual production model. They sold at least a few hundred of these to the buying public.
Homologation special.
It wasn't even a homologation special. This was just something they actually sold to the public.
Dearie me. I don't know how much that cost.
I've heard the 2CV Sahara is quite valuable now because they were really rare.
I mean, yeah, but to be fair, if you had a choice back in the day, would you buy a 2CV with two engines, or would you buy something probably a bit quicker for similar money?
I don't know. Have you ever heard of the Mosler Twin Star?
No, but I've heard of Mosler.
Yeah, this is the same Mosler, by the way. The Twin Star is a late 90s Cadillac Eldorado with two engines.
I'm trying.
The original concept was he wanted to convert the Twin Star, the Eldorado, to mid-engine because it was a transverse front-wheel drive vehicle, so he figured it would be easy. And then they decided to just keep the front engine anyway, so it had an engine in the front, an engine in the back, and the Twin Star, and the two engines didn't even have the same amount of power. The rear engine had slightly more power, and they had two separate transmissions with different gearing, so they weren't even synced up. The only thing keeping the two engines in sync was the throttle pedal.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it was a weird and janky vehicle. I think they only made like 5 of them.
In fact, they made more than one.
Yes.
Like, you know, when you try and iron out the kinks after the first one, you know, like,
yeah,
the
so
engines don't match, the gearbox doesn't match.
Yeah, the rear engine had slightly more power and shorter gearing.
What, to try and match the front one?
I guess, because it was the 4.6 liter North Star engine, and the transmission was a 4-speed automatic. They claimed the Twin Star could hit 60 miles an hour in under 5 seconds, and they also claimed it could go over 200 miles an hour. I don't know if anyone's actually tried that.
I mean, I can also claim things. I can claim that my old Citroen C1 could hit 70 miles an hour in 5 seconds.
Today on Bottom Gear, ILS swap a Dacia Sandero.
Do the Dacia Wagon so then we can run in the 24 hours in Nürburgring.
No, Dacia Logi F1.
Jesus. It's funny, I actually see like modern Dacias on the road.
Where I live, we don't have Dacia.
I mean, I also wouldn't want to hear a 10-year-old Renault.
Yeah, where I live, we don't even have Renault anyway, so... Like I said, we don't have any mainstream French brands here. Or Dacia, who aren't French, but they are Renault adjacent anyway.
I mean, the only Renault I'd probably own is a Clio RS.
What about the Clio V6?
I mean modern, like, ones I could buy, like, off the showroom today.
I think the 3rd gen Twingo is cool.
What is the little dinky fucking thing?
It's
oh no, that's the Twizy. That's the little tiny fucking thing.
Yeah, the 3rd gen Twingo is rear engine.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was a joint part of a joint venture that also gave us the 2nd gen Smart 4.4, except the Smart 4.4 is no longer in production, but they still make the 3rd gen Twingo, and it's rather than being front wheel drive like the old Twingos, it's rear engine, rear wheel drive.
Damn, it's practically a Porsche 911.
Well, before they started producing the 3rd gen Twingo, they showed off a concept car called the Twin Run. It was mid-engine with a 320 horsepower V6 in the back. Sort of a spiritual successor to the Clio V6. I kind of wish they built it. I don't know what V6 engine though. I'm assuming the VQ engine.
VQ. Did you say VQ? I think Nissan.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I do mean the Nissan VQ engine. Because I think Renault has used that engine too.
I can't wait for Nissan. I can't wait for the next Renault to have the fucking... What's the GTR engine called?
The VR38.
VR38 powered fucking spots. Let's go.
Remember when Nissan put the GTR engine in the Juke?
Why though? That's so dumb. That's not even like a ha dumb. That's just dumb.
Yeah, why did they do that? Why did they do that? I think they made like 5 of them or something like that. But they put the GTR engine in the Juke.
You put like, you know, the nicest engine, well, probably the highest horsepower engine that they have in the whole lineup, in their shittiest looking car.
Nissan built 5 Juke Rs, 2 of which were kept by Nissan, so only 3 of them made it into the wild.
You ever notice that when Nissan, whenever they make something like really, like rare, they keep like at least one for themselves?
Yeah.
Like the R390.
Yeah, I was thinking of that one too.
Didn't Toyota do the same with the GT1?
Yeah, they didn't even sell it to the public. They just that's how they did it back in like late 90s GT1. They just built a road car so they could homologate it, but they didn't sell it to the public.
Unless you're Mercedes or Porsche.
Yeah, and even then it was only the first version of the 911 GT1s and CLK GTRs. They didn't sell the 911 GT1 98 Strassen version to the public, or the CLK LM Strassen version.
I mean, to be fair, even the fact they made like 20 of each for the road is just impressive.
Yeah. I mean, late 90s GT1 was absolutely wild.
I mean, technically you could say McLaren F1 GTR was in the long tail.
Yeah, they actually did build at least a couple road legal long tails.
I would love a McLaren F1, but they're like too much. Way too much.
They're out of reach for mortals.
They're out of reach for the majority of people. But you have dickheads like Elon Musk who crashed one.
I mean, Rowan Atkinson crashed his twice.
I mean, didn't he repair his though?
Yes, he drove it 41,000 miles, wrecked it twice. I think he sold it for like 8 million quid after or something like that.
To be fair, if he repaired it, then sold it for 8 mil, it probably still made some money.
Yeah. I mean, if you can afford a McLaren F1, like you can afford to have it repaired.
Just well, you know what I mean when I say if a luxury or high-end car is cheap, it's either gonna sort and past or it's about to die.
Yeah, the McLaren F1 is perhaps the last great analog supercar. Although I think I've seen people say the same about the Carrera GT.
I was gonna say something, but I don't know if I should say it because of the championship you're driving in right now.
Just say it.
I mean, unlike the Carrera GT, I don't remember anyone dying in McLaren F1.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Just remember to have up-to-date tires and make sure they're up to temperature before you start playing toward the throttle.
Except the Carrera GT had a V10 engine, not a flat engine.
I keep forgetting, because I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of the Carrera GT. Despite being a Porsche fan, I'm not a big fan of the Carrera GT.
Yeah.
I prefer 911.
The Carrera GT had a V10 from a stillborn Le Mans prototype project.
I will say, probably my favorite modern car that people can sort of buy if you have the money for it is a 911 ST. If you know
oh yeah. Speaking of Porsche, why didn't they like actually sell the 918 RSR to the public? Because they showed off that as a concept, as like a track version of the 918, but they never ended up selling them to the public because Ferrari had the FXXK and McLaren had the P1 GTR. Why didn't Porsche actually sell the 918 RSR?
I don't know.
Like then you could have had an entirely track-based version of the Holy Trinity.
Perhaps they wanted that much, they didn't want to give it to people.
Yeah. Also, no. You want to know what the original automotive Holy Trinity is? the ABC trio from the early 90s.
The ABC trilogy.
AZ1 beat Cappuccino.
Oh, Keikos.
Yes. I mean, I drove a Cappuccino on here yesterday.
The Honda Beat's cool. It's decent.
My favorite out of the ABC trio is the Cappuccino.
I mean, to be fair, I think everyone's is the Cappuccino, even if they don't want to admit it.
Yeah, the Cappuccino is basically a tiny Miata. I mean, even regular car reviews said, like, right at the beginning of the Cappuccino review, nice Miata.
The thing is, the AZ1, that... just Mazda at that time. Have you ever heard of the Intergalactic Binman?
The what?
The Intergalactic Binman, he's a YouTuber.
No, I don't think I've heard of that. Also, remember when Mazda tried to launch a Madi?
Okay, so I was gonna link you a video of said topic, but turns out you already know about the topic.
Yes, I know about Amati.
Yes, all the debacle with Amati and so shit like that. Jeez.
Remember the Unos Cosmo?
Oh, you mean the Mazda RX-7?
No,
Oh no, the MX-5.
No, the Unos Cosmo from that G Grand Tourer Mazda made. Because the Unos Cosmo from the 90s is the only production car to ever have a 3-rotor engine.
Do you know what had a 4-rotor?
No, the Mazda Unos Cosmo had a 3-rotor engine.
Yeah, I'm saying you know what had a 4-rotor?
Several of their Group C cars.
787B.
Yeah.
But you know what's even more mental than the 787B?
RX-792P.
The Mad Max fucking RX-7 drift car.
Oh yeah, is that the
Mad Mike?
Oh, I may be thinking of a different RX-7.
To be fair, maybe the same, but you probably just don't know the owner.
Yeah, maybe I just don't know the car.
My man said, "Fuck it, we're 4-rotor, so we're adding an extra two ports to."
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about rotary engines. They're modular in a way that piston engines really aren't. You could just add another rotor. Like I remember seeing this one BMW M6 that was swapped with a 6-rotor engine. Like it was a 3.9 liter 6-rotor, so same rotor sizing as the usual 13B, and it made 480 horsepower, which isn't actually all that much for a 6-rotor. Remember the Mazda Furai before that car got burned to a crisp?
Burned to a crisp. That said, I was excited to see where that would go.
Yeah.
I remember watching the Top Gear review.
Today on Bottom Gear, I burn a one-off prototype to a crisp.
That was a cool car as well. That actually is like a prototype I thought.
Yeah,
you know
it had
cool.
it had, I think, a Courage LMP2 chassis, and it was powered by an ethanol-fueled 3-rotor engine.
I'd say the most metal thing about that car is the rear tail lights. Holy shit!
Yeah, at least you can drive. At least you can drive the Furai in video games because it's in GT5 and 6.
It's in FM3 and 4.
Yeah, I figured it was in other games too.
Thank God they scanned it before it burned.
Yeah. Oh, just rebuild it. Just rebuild it virtually like they did with the Isuzu 4200R in GT5.
I mean, to be fair though, with the Mazda at least, it's more modern. It probably has more documentation.
Yeah, with the 4200R, they had to rebuild it from just a handful of photographs that existed of the car.
I mean, when did the car burn again? 2007,
2008. Because I think
2008 they would have had, 3D modeling.
Yeah,
With a head
and
shit like
because
that.
I think it burned to a crisp when they were trying to film a Top Gear segment with it.
Let's be fair, it probably hasn't bought for AC instead of course.
Yeah, probably.
Because every car has it.
Today on Bottom Gear, I burned a one-off prototype to a crisp. Hammond enters a flying car at Le Mans, and James LS swaps a Dacia Sandero.
Ah, yes. So, sounds like the perfect quick bit. To be fair, the Dacia one sounds like something someone would actually do, though.
Yeah, make it mid-engine.
Fuck. What, an LSX in the fucking middle?
Yeah,
With engines?
I mean, you ever see the V8 Twingo?
I think I have.
Yeah, it's mid-engine and it has a Rover V8 in the back.
Or the good old Rover V8.
Yes, Rover's best products weren't their cars, it was their engines, both the K-Series and the V8.
I mean, all I'm saying is with a Rover V8 is that engine lived a very long life.
Yeah, TVR used it well into the 90s.
I mean, all I'm saying is if GM actually knew what they had at the time.
Yeah! It's basically the British LS engine, except it was American designed to begin with. Because it started life as a Buick design.
All I'm saying is,
like, GM missed
the
out...
P5, the P6, the SD1, SD1 Vitesse...
The entire TVR wedge platform...
pretty much any TVR from 1970 to, like, 2000.
Yeah, like, every
Morgan, who else? I think maybe Ariel? No.
No, but they Ariel probably used the K-Series at some point, though.
That reminds me, when you mentioned the K-Series, didn't they have
oh, sweet, an SL.
2000s, the, what'd you call it, the Rover and MG something. TC, I think it's what it is.
Oh yeah, the Rover, and the MG ZT.
Yeah, the hot hatch.
Yeah, because it was from, except, and there wasn't that the car was like converted it from front to rear drive so they could put the Ford modular engine in there?
I don't know.
You know what my favorite Rover,
small.
you know what the best Rover model is? The James.
God fucking damn it. Why did I not see that coming? What, you go down the fucking wrong way, the motorway?
Yeah, they go the wrong way down the slip road and then just blow the car up.
I mean, if we're talking serious answers for Rover, probably my favorite might be the SD one.
Yeah,
it's funny because I'm not sure. If
I've seen the British Leyland Challenge clip.
Oh, I'm talking in general. Like, it's funny. The P5 and the P6 came out in the 60s, right? And the British government were using them until the 1980s, well into the 1980s.
Yeah, remember when they tried to ban Alright, so next up,
World
Classic... Alright, so next up, World Classic Car Series, and I don't have a classic car, so I'm just gonna buy a Lotus Elan.
Okay, so you know the meme...
remember when they tried to ban the Lotus Carlton?
Yes.
Also, you better believe I'm gonna get this car in British Racing Green.
Well, what's her name again? We call her the witch in the UK.
Thatcher?
Yes. She disliked the SD one that much, but they kept using the Rover P5 and P6 in government.
I remember
she fucking hated the SD one. I don't know why though.
When Margaret Thatcher died, there was a hashtag that went around. Now Thatcher's dead, but people misread it as now that Cher's dead, as in the singer Cher.
All I'm saying is, as Thatcher died, people reopened the mines.
I remember when she died, Ding Dong the Witch is Dead actually recharted.
Oh, That would have been funny to.
Remember when Killing in the Name became the top Christmas hit of 2009?
No, I'd probably been 6 years old. I wasn't
Yeah,
looking at the
this
charts.
actually happened. Just to spite whoever the latest X Factor winner was, there was a campaign over there to get Killing in the Name by Rage Against the Machine to be the top Christmas hit of 2009, and it actually happened.
To be fair, it's a decent song though.
Yeah, I just think it's just a funny story though. Like just to spite whoever the latest talent show winner was.
X Factor, Jesus. I remember watching that when I was younger.
Yeah, I don't really watch
Not
those.
my choice.
I do
It's 'cause my
I do
parents
have
watched
some
it.
like vague memories of Idol, but
Oh, the best part about X Factor, Britain's Got Talent, America's Got Talent, American Idol, you have to admit, is the fucking audition clips, like the shitty ones. The shitty audition clips can be pretty funny to watch at times.
yeah, I just haven't seen any of those like talent competitions in years. Like I don't even have cable anymore.
Who actually does have cable?
Exactly.
We have Sky here, but the only reason we have Sky is because I think it's fucking with the internet.
Remember what Sonic said in Sonic Colors? No copyright law in the universe is going to stop me. Alright, so the AC Cobra can show up in the World Classics, and I have gotten all the big power mods for the Elan in case it shows up, because I know if it shows up, I can keep up with it in a souped up Elan, because this thing has really good handling.
All I'm saying is just a shame we didn't have the Toyota Sim, because you would easily just blitzed it.
Yeah, or the Chaparral 2J.
Yeah, but doesn't the tires on that like die really quickly?
I don't know. I think the randomizer / spec 2 kind of nerfed the handling in the 2J anyway.
Fair. Fair.
The
I had a
2J
voice crack.
The 2J, the original fan car. Okay, hey look, there's the Cobra up front. You know what? I'm gonna race against it. Like, I specifically prepped for it, so... Alright, 185 horsepower. I could get a bit more if I got the permanent engine mods, but... Doesn't matter. Alright, 3.2, that's probably tall enough. I got all that turned off. So yeah, I think... So yeah, we... Kind of wish I got the... Oh, you know what? I'm gonna try and find a grid that has both the AC and the Buick Special.
I forgot about that. That's actually like pretty like OP, isn't it?
Yeah, the Buick Special is actually a resto mod, and arguably, I don't really think it belongs here. And it's also massively overpowered in the Muscle Car Cup.
I mean, because that's modern advances
Yeah, also,
in technology.
also look at this. We got C2, C1 Corvette, Julius Sprint, Mini Marcos, Citroen 2CV.
It's on pole as well.
2CV too powerful, please nerf.
All I'm saying is, even if you cut the track in the 2CV, you're still getting west.
The 2CV wouldn't even be fast enough to cut the track effectively.
You'd probably just like you'd just be going as fast as a lawnmower through the grass.
It would be fast. No, remember the Honda Mean Mower?
What was there like a Honda lawnmower that could go like 100-something miles an hour?
Yeah, that's the vehicle I'm talking about.
Oh, I think it's cool. I wish I could buy one. I don't know if they still sell them.
It was a concept vehicle.
Oh shit.
Alright, we got both the AC Cobra and the Buick Special, and also Old Skyline and Mercury Cougar and C2 Corvette.
All I'm saying is they didn't really help themselves when people call Hondas lawnmowers. They fucking make that.
Remember when?
World's fastest lawnmower.
Remember Honda's weird oval piston engine they tried to run in MotoGP?
No, I'm not really a bike person.
Neither am
I
I,
wouldn't
but
really know.
it was a weird engine.
Honda has done weird things. But to be fair, every
Basically,
car brand at some point has.
it was a V4 with oval-shaped pistons, so they could have an 8-valve cylinder head.
Interesting.
Apparently because Soichiro Honda did not like 2-stroke engines, and because they mostly ran 4-stroke engines in the road bikes at the time, they wanted to make a 4-stroke racing engine that was as powerful as the 2-strokes everyone else was using. It didn't work well, but it was weird. Oh wow, the Buick is way faster than even the Cobra.
You know, it'd be really cool to see.
What?
I'd want to see, like, Amelia Island, the car auction they have, or the car show, I should say.
Okay, there's no way I'm catching up to the Buick here.
Oh, it's not even the way out you can cut either. Yeah, you're screwed.
Yeah, this is the '80s version of Fuji. This was before chicanes were invented.
Wasn't this what still using the 70s this way out as well?
Well, this is the I don't know. It's billed as the '80s version of the track, and I've heard this is also an inspiration for High Speed Ring.
I'm pretty sure they ran the same way out in the 70s, 1970s as well.
Probably.
And since it's been open, I think it only got changed in the 90s.
Yeah, the Fuji with chicanes in this game is referred to as Fuji Speedway 90s, and then the modern version is billed as 2005. And the modern version also reappeared in the PS3 era games.
It's amusing. Probably my favorite race to watch, or sometimes watch, depending if I'm ever in the mood to watch that racing series, is the 1976 Japanese Grand Prix Formula 1.
Was it at Fuji?
It was indeed. It was the first ever Japanese Grand Prix.
Oh, that's cool.
And it was the title deciding race between James Hunt and Nicky Lauda.
On the
famously,
Fuji...
Nicky Lauda did not. He did 3 laps when left the race because he said it was too dangerous.
On GT4 one time, I ran the Fuji 1000K in a Nissan R390 road car against all prototypes, and I won.
Nice.
Like, I think I won by just over half a minute after over 5 hours. Because I deliberately ran, like, not all the power just to challenge myself. Alright, so take the L at Fuji, but I'm going to keep going because I think I might still have... Because I have a good handling car, so I think I might be able to still win at some other tracks. Also, I could probably shorten the transmission, but I don't think it'll be a big deal. Because I'd forgotten how tall I should make the transmission on this, but... The Elan doesn't have much power in this game, but it has really good handling. And also, this is El Capitan, so they're going to be slow here anyway. Who would win in a fight between a flower and a snake? backed up, but... out of my way. I know I got the slower vehicle here, but I can beat you in the corners. A while back, I did the 1,000 miles all B spec again with the Elan against the Cobra, and I actually won except at Le Mans. Because that's how good this car is. Also, with the Elan, I was able to win the Laguna Seca Endurance in this game against the Celine S7. Comes the Buick, but it's not going to be of much use. Oh right, I forgot the Citroen. This lineup didn't have the Citroen. All right, Nürburgring.
I'm gonna go for a bit, so I shall see you later.
Yep, talk to you later.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming over. Oh, okay. I kind of wish the 21x9 hack for this didn't work on just the regular version of the game, because this mod is based on the online public beta. Otherwise, I'd use the 21x9 hack, because I have the 21x9 version of the overlay. I used it for GT2 late last year. Out of my way, Cougar. I'm not driving the SLR here. 8.4. Alright. Looks like that's gonna be an L here. If I can at least catch up to the Cobra, I'll be fine. Well, it looks like that'll be doable. Yeah, the Buick has this. There's no way I'm catching up to that. Yeah, like I figured I'd at least be able to catch up to the Cobra here. But the Buick is way too fast. Like, considering that that car is a resto mod, I don't even think it should belong here. Or in the Muscle Car Cup. It's fine for, like, the driving mission gimmick, but otherwise... it's just too fast. Okay. Still only halfway through this, and there's a bunch of twisty stuff coming up, so I still might stand a chance here. If not, then if I finish third here, the rest of the series may be a big old question mark. Alright. Next part of the track is quite twisty, so who knows, maybe I'll still be able to catch up to the Cobra here. The fact that I'm only catching up to the Cobra now is not a good sign. Okay. Cobra will definitely outrun me here, but I've got somewhat of a gap, and so now that thing can go like 160 or 170 even. Okay. It's kinda dicey, but I'll take that. I will definitely take that. I could also qualify, but still. I will definitely take that. Now, next two races are at Laguna and Monaco, so if I can at least win those, I'll be good. Monaco I'm not too worried about. Laguna I'm not sure. I could qualify, but I don't feel like it. Especially at the Nürburgring, because that track is huge. Like, okay, this one might be close. If I don't win this one, that's gonna be it. If I don't win this one, I'll abort the championship and come back later. And next time I'll leave the Buick off the grid. I'll leave the Cobra on the grid, but not the Buick. I remember in the vanilla game, the Buick was ridiculously cheap, so you could rent 50 grand. But in this mod, they massively increased the price to 700 grand, so which is fine. I don't protest about that. Alright. I don't think I'm gonna win this one. And if I don't, that means it's a lockout for the Buick. Going at the wall there, but the Buick has the speed advantage anyway. So yeah, that's gonna be an L for this one. Yeah, there's no way. I'm just gonna abort this, and I'll come back to this after I do the other professional series. I need to beat all the professional series in order to unlock the World Championship. I'll finish out the professional league today, including this and this today, but I will not be doing the World Championship today. I'll save that for later. I might do some other stuff before then anyway. Alright, so I'm going to move on to the World Compact now. And there's already one car I've long had my eyes set on for tackling this series. The Mitsubishi I. Now this one's unusual among small hatchbacks in that it's not front-wheel drive. This is a mid-engine rear-wheel drive car. The engine's like stuffed under the back seat somewhere. And also it has a CVT transmission, so that's a unique advantage in this game. There are a couple... Also the Honda Fit and Mitsubishi Colt have that, but those are front-wheel drive cars. This is not. 97, 108. That's really expensive. 94, 115. So, at least give myself enough power to keep up with the Fit and Colt. I may also consider running even less power for the sake of the challenge, but buy the stage 1 and the exhaust upgrade as just backup for if on a slightly less powerful setup. Oh, and anyway, World Compact. These aren't exactly hot hatches. These are kind of regular ones. Except the Clio V6 can show up here. I am leaving that thing off the grid. Okay, the Clio did not show up. But we do have the Cube. And a Honda Fit. And that's a CVT car, so 100 points. Yep, just says D. I may also use this car in the Japanese Compact Cup. Because, yeah, the Honda Fit and Mitsubishi Colt are like the two fastest vehicles here, usually. I has a power advantage, but it's also not a CVT, so I'm not sure if the AI cars here are modified at all, but fun part about the CVT, you can just get right back into the power band. Like, it just locks the engine there. Which is why the handful of CVT-equipped cars in this game have somewhat of a unique advantage. Like, they're always in the power band. But it goes. Not very fast, but it goes. Even if I'm not out accelerating, the fit, it looks like I can't out-corner it. Because again, this is not front-wheel drive. Just keeping the engine locked at like 5,800 or so. In this weird-looking egg. Well, looks like I'm fairly evenly matched. I don't know if this will bode well for the later races. Now one of them is at Grand Valley Bast, but... And we got the inferior Vitz because it's not pink. Battle of the CVTs. It's the Honda Fit W. It's the Wumbo Fit. Even though it's really, the car itself is set to M for Mini. Maybe could have gotten a bit more power, but when I ran the A2 here, I think I had like 130, but that's a regular 5-speed. This is not. Thing that the retune mod is changing that I definitely like is that they'll have a lot more is that they'll, rather than having standing versus rolling start be dependent simply on the track, it'll be like standing start for the lower level races and then rolling start for the higher level, because all of the tracks can clearly support both. It's just that for the regular races it's normally just dependent on track, like whether you get a rolling or standing start, because this is a rolling start track, and then there's somewhere it's exclusively standing starts. And yet for the driving one-lap magic missions, those are all standing starts, even if the tracks are normally only used for rolling starts. Alright, looks like I pulled a big lead on the Fit. Who's fitting in now? In some markets, the Honda Fit is called the Jazz, but where's the Honda Prog Rock? I mean, I guess Hyundai has Genesis, but... this was some years before that. And there was also a sports car company called Yes, with an exclamation point, which Yes the band also had on their first album. But nobody talks about that album. Alright, Tsukuba. 5 whole laps here. Meanwhile, we got B16 graduation test back here. Except this one's, I think, the 120i, not the 120D. The Mini Cooper, not the Mini 1, so it's also not the Tsukuba Guide Lab. But we do have Slipstream Battle 1 up here. So time to slipstream the cube. If it even makes a difference. I'm not sure if it does, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Oh, and it looks like the Vitz has the lead. 3.2. And I got 4 laps to go, so... .7. I think that Vitz is the Euro edition, and that has around like 90 horsepower stock. So, and I've got the better transmission for this. Remember when Williams made a Formula One car with a CVT, but they wouldn't let them race it? That was an interesting vehicle. Imagine if they let them race that and we had more performance CVTs because of that. I think CVTs are kind of limited to how much torque they can handle, and also, why do so many CVTs have like fake gear ratios? I feel like that kind of misses the point of a CVT. Like at that point, why not just have a real transmission? Alright, the Vitz beats me in a straight line, but I can out-corner it. I mean, for multiple reasons. Transmission, and also this car is not front-wheel drive. Imagine if they put the Lancer Evo engine in this. Basically have Mitsubishi's answer to the Clio V6. Okay, I got a nice lead. Should have used this in the Sunday Cup, but the Vibe had more power. And this is not a Pontiac, so it doesn't pass the vibe check in this. The Toyota Volts passes the vibe check, though. Oh, there goes the pits. I just noticed that. It's going way off track, but it still barely beat the fit. Alright, we got Grand Valley East Reverse. For some reason, this is a rolling start track when the forward direction of Grand Valley East is a standing start track, and both directions of the full course are standing starts. So I'm not sure why this one is a rolling start. I know the last two tracks we have in this are Hong Kong and Suzuka East. Suzuka East I'm especially not worried about because that's a standing start. I'll definitely have an advantage here, advantage there. Because, well, this car's not wicked fast. Okay, well, I'm not the only rear-wheel drive car here, but because the 1 Series is too, but I'm not. But I am the only mid-engine car here. And the Clio V6 can show up here too, but that thing's way overpowered for this. Maybe the R5 Turbo could work here too. I also feel like that would be a bit overpowered for this. Okay, 3.26. Even if I can't accelerate them, I can out-corner them. Right back into the power band. Yeah, look at that. I'm already catching them. I kinda wish you could give this car more power, like, sadly it's kinda, because this thing is wacky and interesting, but you can't put much power in it. This could definitely handle a bit more power because it's not front wheel drive. You know, why isn't this a meme car on the same level as, like, the pink bits? Probably because few people act. Probably because the game just doesn't outright give it to you. Well, it does, but it's not like a courtesy car for a license test or anything. You gotta win. Originally, in the vanilla game, you gotta win this from one of the one make series, so it's a bit out of the way. It's not like you actually need this vehicle for anything. This series has worked out pretty nicely because I'm actually quite evenly matched against these guys. I wonder if the vids is lightly modified. Not sure about the fit though. I was not paying attention. Alright, one more lap to go and I've got the lead. You know, my branding as a VTuber makes little sense. I mean, I got this, like, I got, like, kind of a blue-ish color scheme, that fits the name. And then this model, which is kind of femboyish. I mean, I'm not actually that much of a femboy, that's subject to change, though. And then Windows 98, why is it Windows 98? I mean, originally I had, like, an idea for, like, an operating system VTuber as like a side thing, but I ended up scrapping those and deciding not to bother, but I still made the overlay and I'm still using it. And then only after that I decided to make the intro screen. I think I've had the intro screen ready since like last month probably, but I didn't use it until I started playing this. Like, I just figured if I have Windows 98, might as well make an intro screen themed after the installer. Anyway, another 100 A-spec points I don't need in the bag. Alright, Hong Kong. Reverse. And the last one will be at Suzuka East, I believe, so. And I know I'll do fine there. I'm sure I'll do fine here. I'm doing alright so far, and it's an actually pretty evenly matched vehicle. Wasn't expecting it to be this close, but it's worked out nicely. Don't mind me just crashing my way up front. One of these days I should figure out like what to put on the on like that leftover space on my overlay. Like for a while I put the game logo there, but kind of stopped doing that. I also have the Discord reactives there, but those aren't always there. Those are only there if I'm in a voice chat. Alright. I'm not going to go for the overtake. It's kind of awkward and I got 3 more laps anyway. So I should be fine. Here's a good overtake spot. I went a bit deep into that, but I made it stick. Kind of. Surprised at how well the Vitz is keeping up here. Apparently in German, Vitz, spelled with a W, means joke. I mean, it's kind of a joke vehicle in these games, even if it's perfectly normal car. I mean, the pink Vitz is definitely a joke, though. Like, Polyphony were clearly taking the piss there. Although the Vitz in general is fine, I mean, that's just the Japanese name for what is otherwise known as the Yaris. And in North America, the first gen was called the Echo. Sadly, we don't have the Yaris here anymore. I kind of wish we got the GR Yaris, but of course that's never happening. Just wait for the 15-year cutoff to import one. And we do have the GR Corolla, which has the same mechanicals as the GR Yaris, but more power. I mean, the GR Yaris isn't even based on the Yaris anyway. There was also like this weird. There was also this brief period where we had two Toyota Yarises that were completely sold alongside each other that were completely unrelated. Like, because we had the Yaris hatchback, which was actually a Toyota, but then there was the Scion IA. As it was briefly sold in the U.S. And then later as the Yaris IA when they killed off Scion, except in Canada where it was always just the Yaris sedan. And that car was based off the was actually just a rebadged Mazda 2 sedan, and was completely unrelated to the Yaris hatchback. I mean, I think Mazda was supposed to bring like the mid-2010s Mazda 2 over, because they brought it over for a while in the early 2010s, but then stopped. But we still got the sedan model as a Yaris. And in GT7 you could of course have a pink GR Yaris if you wanted to. So they'll let you repaint the cars however you want them. I could even paint it in passionate pink from the Lexus LFA if I wanted to. Wow, I got a huge lead here. Nobody doesn't like Hong Kong. One of these days I should learn how to make hybrids on GT4. Like, I want a Formula GT with the Benz patent motor wagon transmission. It only has one gear. I also wonder what the Formula GT would be like if you put in the Power Glide transmission from the C1 Corvette. If we had it in the game, one specific Corvette variant that would be kind of funny to mess around with, because the transmission would be the 427 Stingray with the Power Glide, is you could get the 427 with the Power Glide. A transmission that's still popular for drag racing. GM should make a 2-speed transmission for electric cars and call it the Power Glide. Or maybe like the E-Glide or something. Anyway, One more race to go for the World Compact, and I definitely got it. I definitely got it in the bag. Oh, I guess it was Japanese Compact Cup that was at Suzuka East. This one's at Motegi. Yeah, I'll be fine here. For some reason I thought this one was at Suzuka. Yeah, I got 4 laps to catch up. I'm probably fine. If this was a standing start, it would be even easier, but... Out of my way. Also, I think the BMW 1 Series hatchback is actually slightly too big for you to enter here. It's limited to cars shorter than 4 meters. I think the game could be looser with that rule, allow out more cars here, but whatever. Out of my way. There are plenty of races where the AI enters cars that you can't use here, like I mentioned the Supercar Festival earlier. That one's limited to production cars only for some reason, but you see plenty of concept cars there, like the Cadillac CN and the W12 Nardo. Or, as a weird quirk of localization, you have the Scion XA and XB are counted as American cars, but you see them in the Japanese Compact Cup because the other versions of the game have their Japanese counterparts, the Toyota IST and BB. A similar issue happens with Lexus, and maybe also Infiniti. And for some reason, the BMW Z3 M Coupe is entered by the AI in the Euro Hot Hatch League, but you can't enter it there, even though you think you could. Like, it's not the most conventional hot hatch, but I don't see why you shouldn't be allowed to enter it there, because the Clio V, you can enter the Clio V6 there just fine. And the R5 Turbo, and the 205 T16, like the Renault, like the mid-engine Renault tag team is quite fast there. Anyways, I all made my way up to the front of the back. And also the Ford Focus, and also the European Fords are counted as American cars too. They'd be better described as British or even German. Got the lead. Now, and then after this is the Supercar Festival, and then I'll redo that tuning car race and rerun the World Classics. I'll still use the Elan, but I'll look for a grid without the Buick. Probably keep the Cobra on the grid though. Alright, this series turned out pretty well with this car. probably use this car in the Japanese Compact Cup as well. I'd use it for other races if I could put more power in it, but it's kind of limited. Alright, final final lap of the World Compact. Alright, that's World Compact done. Let's see what we win here. It's time to spin the wheel. Oh hey! That's something. Anyway. Next up, the Supercar Festival. And well, I already know what car I'm gonna use for that. Might as well sort by power. I mean, I could use this or soup up one of the Skylines even further, but I already have the Zonda. Now, I need a minimum of 493 horsepower to enter this, so... And obviously I can't turbo it, but... Okay, I don't need that much power. Okay, I definitely... 729 or 531. That's kind of a big jump, don't you think? I do not need that much power out of this. I mean, it's a 6-liter V12, so it's not like this thing is overstressed, but I do not need that much power. 568, that's probably enough. I could get these two, but I don't think I'll need them. Like, I do not need 800 horsepower for this. Alright, Supercar Festival. Yeah, if I really wanted to, I could detune the car once I'm in the race, but This is a race where I'll actually want this much power. Because we got some fast cars here, as you can expect. Ford GT, Spiker C8, down slightly under the minimum. I mean, so is the Spear for that matter. Yeah, kind of lousy. Our 390 is... Okay, that's a bit... At least the Ford GT and the S7 will provide some level of speed. I could also mod one of the Skylines, but I think this is a more appropriate choice. Spin the rear tires a bit. This thing kind of has shortish gearing, but I'm sure I'll have plenty of... These races are a bit longer than the earlier pro races, but roughly evenly matched with the Ford on power. I can easily win in the corners. Getting close to red line there. I know this thing can go at least 180, so... With the GT2 Project A spec mod, this is like the most requested car because it's technically just under the cutoff for that. Here I come, Ford. I wish I could put a wing on this, but well. I guess that's what the LM is for. Alright, got a solid lead now. nerf the car a little, but yeah, I'll keep it like this. Fun to have this thing around. Had to sneeze there, so I muted. Considering this car is named after a wind, maybe I should use this for like the wind. Also looks like I might lap the Spira. I remember doing that thing to the max, and I was still barely under the power limit, under the minimum power here. There's no surprise it's slow there. R390 works well here though if you tune it up. Alright, this car works pretty nicely. Alright. 15,000 for this. Very nice. Very nice. Alright, Fuji 90s. See how this thing does on a standing start. I mean, this thing can handle a second gear launch while stock. First gear, I know first gear is useless on this thing, but although I feel another sneeze coming on. Also, the ZZ2 is a concept vehicle, which means you can't enter here. I would if I could. And also in the vanilla game, the ZZ2 is the odd quirk of being the only concept vehicle you can actually buy. Therefore, the only concept vehicle with an actual, like, sell value, because all the other ones are prize vehicles that you can't actually sell for any money. Although the randomizer changes that, where you can buy the concept cars if you win them, and race cars that are on any prize vehicle that's on display at the dealer if you win the specific race it originally came from, and there are plenty of prize vehicles that are not on display. And also concept cars do sell for money in this mod now too. Alright, let's see how fast I can take this thing down here. Alright, let's bring it up to the red line again. I wonder how well this thing will do with a standing start in third gear. Guess I'll try later, because there is another standing start track in this series, and that's midfield in reverse. So I guess I'll try there. Oh, I pulled a huge lead. Well, I probably pulled even barely if I could use the ZZ2 here. That thing is fast. For the next race, I'll buy the stage 1 kit and see if that's... Imagine I'm just out handling everyone, because it's not like I have a major power advantage. I mean, this thing weighs under 2,800 pounds, so it's not super heavy, but it's also not the lightest car here, because the ZZ2 weighs like 2,200. And it's four-wheel drive. Final lap of Fuji. I'm just blowing everyone away. Definitely nerf the power a bit. Doesn't matter anyway. Could also take off the exhaust upgrade. Okay, next up we got New York. Like Seoul, that one's just a big speed track, but I'm still gonna nerf the power a bit. Okay, 473. Alright, I'll take out the... Oh wait, wrong series. I'll take out the muffler, but I will not be... And the computer chip, but I'll leave the stage 2 on there. Okay, what do we got here? Oh. Okay, R390 I'm not worried about, but the other ones are pretty formidable. Okay, 531, it's a bit less. $76 points. again, we got the ZZ up front, and also this time the SLR, which is not a camera. Mission 34 type beat. Listen to that RB-26 and the Tommy Kyra. Downshift to second for the engine braking, but I'm taking the corner in third. Because with this much power, it's just going to fry the tires in second gear. Maniac. It's an issue I've had with this track. They'll sometimes just knock me into the wall in the corners. Like, the thing about New York is that I found even if I'm not faster than them in a straight line, I can out-corner them here. That seems to be the case here too. Even with the difference in power is negligible between us, but that car is lighter. And also, it's a much smaller turbo engine. Yeah, just Alright, final round at New York. Final lapping. All these anachronistic ads. And you got like a period correct infinity ad back there. Nissan dies in Infinity War. There we go. Another 15 grand in the bank. Considering that I did the driving missions before any actual races, I got plenty of money now, so. Alright, midfield. Reverse. And the last one is Infineon/Sonoma, formerly Sears Point. Whatever you want to call it. Oh, and we got the Cadillac CN, which again you can't enter because it's a concept vehicle. And the Nardo. Okay. Not a great launch in second with that much power. Could have tested how well it pulled in third, but oh well. When the power is stock, it pulls well in second. And we got the Spiker C8 leading the pack. Thing's kind of low on power stock, but it is lightweight. Oh, and the Cadillac has taken the lead of the pack. comes the CN, but I can still out corner it. Thing has around 750, 800 horsepower. And one of the slowest shifting transmissions in the game, at least in the vanilla version. Same with the Peugeot 905. If not for the slow transmission, the 905 would be wet. Be tough to beat. And this mod kind of makes it a bit better. So the 905 is actually decent there. When it shows up in the Super Speedway Endurance, the 905 is hard to beat because it pits only once. It's one of the best prototypes for tire mileage. Because one time I drove the 905 in the World Championship, and I was able to no-stop every race, even Hong Kong. Yeah, my tires were shot for the last few laps, but I had a huge lead anyway. I think everyone pits there anyway, but on this run we'll get to that when we get to that. Maybe on Sunday, or maybe not. I'm probably gonna do some other stuff before I get to the World Championship, even though I'm already to actually enter it, because I got the Toyota GT1 yesterday. I'm gonna definitely not doing the World Championship today. Every other professional league event, yes, but not that. Once this is done, I'll rerun the one tuning car race and rerun the World Classics. I'll still use the Lotus, and I'll look for a Cobra, but no Elan. Or no Buick. The Buick is just way too fast. Go. Normally I take that in fourth, but went a bit too deep there. Cadillac's still chasing me, but I got plenty of gap on it. Alright, final lap at midfield. Made that for turn one here into a double apex. They also did that with that one sweeper at Grand Valley. One of these days I should get a wheel, because it is possible to make the wheel work on an emulator. No. Yeah, I'll be fine. more to go at the Supercar Festival. Oh, Kuro is streaming. Alright, let's do Infineon. Oh, and we got the Acura. Got more concept vehicles here. Acura HSC, that's too slow for this. Audi Nuvolari Quattro, that thing is fast enough though. Nuvolari Quattro is the car you normally win for 25% here. Quit spinning the tires and just put the power down. I know you can. Kuro server, I now have my own voice chat for this, so no crossover episode like we had a couple days ago. I could have gotten the stage 1 tuning, but at least for some of the more technical track for this and Fuji, but oh well, what you gonna do now? Not turning back now. So I'm almost done this, and I gotta rerun those other races. just like Fuji, I've got a big lead. For some reason, I can just outhandle them. I mean, the S7, sure, that thing is kind of a pig, but... You drive it in the one super license test. Also, they do have the NASCAR version of this track with the chute, even though we don't have NASCAR in this. I mean, GT5 had NASCAR, but they didn't have this track. Imagine if they had Red Rock Valley again. That track would be great for NASCAR. Call this a spec straight. These are S is not a straightaway. Alright, final lap of the Supercar Festival. Then we can do cleanup. Alright. That worked out pretty nice. Let's see what we win. Alright, now I'm up to 400 grand. Alright. Okay, what you gonna give me? Yes, IA-10 type beat. Same powertrain as the Celica GT4, but... And unlike GT2A spec, it doesn't have 1,000 horsepower. Right, where is it? There it is. Orange Metallic. Yep, 3S GTE. That's the same engine as the Celica GT4. And also the GT500 class Supra. Anyway. Still gotta deal with that one race and this, so... I think it was at Tokyo, so... For that, I'm just gonna get back in the R34 I used for that earlier. I may put the muffler back on, but that depends on whether the Yellowbird shows up again. Oh wait, it was at Fuji. Never mind. Oh, and we got the CTR2 there. Alright. I am putting this... Or it was the intercooler. Yeah. I'm putting that back on, and I'm using the stock transmission, because close transmission has its usage, but this is a speed track, so... Got the Opera S2000. That thing is actually that car is actually quite broken in this game because has low weight, extreme downforce. Crash my way into the lead. Probably will still have the straight line disadvantage of the Yellowbird, but at least I won't reach red line in 6th gear this time. And I can still out corner, so. But we've also got the Opera here. Brought to you by Opera GX. Oh, and the washing machine is running, so I might just leave myself for now. Or not. Yep, I'm definitely winning this time. I mean, I'm now running out of top speed this time, and I have a bit more power than last time, so... Before, the car was redlining at just over 150, and I was going nearly 170 there, and... Still, the roof... kinda... After this, rerun the World Classics, and then we'll be done for today. It'll take a little while, but... I wonder if I could have got the intercooler off. Issue I had before was simply just top speed. But what you gonna do? Yeah, it can still catch me on the straights, but not much I can do now. Well, it looks like the S2000 is keeping pace. No surprise there. 3.3, so it obviously catches up through here, but I can still out-corner it. 4.7. So I'm in net gains, so. But I got plenty of lead anyway, so. That's the tuning car GP cleaned up. Now to retry the World Classics without the Buick on the grid. But I'll leave the Cobra on. So this stream will be a bit longer than planned, but I'll still get everything done I wanted to do today. Alright. Maybe after I finish GT4, I'll stream Tourist Trophy. Which is just this game, but with motorcycles. Alright. Alright, we got the Cobra, and a bunch of other cars that just don't matter. 2 points, huh? You sure about that? It's like when you do family or cup or arcade mode races with like really slow cars and then the Dodge Ram shows up. Could possibly shorten the transmission a bit, but C1 Corvette could also be fun for a challenge like this. Since I do plan to run the 1,000 miles A-Spec for this playthrough, I'll probably skip a lot of the longer enduros though. Maybe I'll seek out a grid with the Cobra on it. But use like an American muscle car or something like that. Because the last race of the 1,000 miles is at Le Mans without the chicanes, so. And I know the Elan will not be able to keep up there, like. On the Jeff randomizer run I'm doing, I B-spec'd the 1,000 miles with the Elan fully souped up against the Cobra, and it had no problem winning at the twistier tracks, including the Nürburgring, but at Le Mans just could not keep up. The muscle car won't handle as well, but I will be able to put a lot more power in it. Probably could have gone a bit deeper into that. Still got plenty of sweeping corners where I can easily outrun the Cobra. I mean, this one isn't... Which one's the bigger cheater, this or the GT40 at Rome? At least this one doesn't have horsepower limits, but still way faster than everyone else. I want to spin the tires there, but still running the stock differential. Impromptu rally. Come on. Come on. Screw it, I don't care! The Cobra would have won that if I had blocked there, but I don't feel like rerunning that one. I think I got second place when I ran this against the Buick, but shall do fine the rest of this. The only one I'm concerned about is Laguna. That one's kind of a question mark because I didn't do that one last time. Qualifying is an option since this is a championship, but I don't care. Maybe I should shorten the transmission a little. Really shorten the lower gears. Figured I'd be fine here because they're kind of slow at El Capitan anyway. On twistier tracks, I could beat supercars with this thing. Like at the Laguna 200, I beat the S7 with this. And if this car could take more power, I'm sure this thing could like take on GT500s just fine. Like maybe if you could put it powered up to like 250, it would be good. Even without a wing kit, since you can't put a wing on it, sadly. I wish you could. Because otherwise this thing is just an absolute monster. 10 milliseconds off from greatness. What? Yeah, I'll just let the one wheel peel happen. It's fine. Anyway, kind of let off a little too early there, but it doesn't matter. Okay, next round. The Nürburgring. I was able to barely beat the Cobra here last time, so. Just want to save before I mess with the transmission in case things go awry. Okay. Shorten this. Shorten this. Shorten this a bit too. And you know what? Puts this to 3.3. Forget how exactly I had it before, but no, first gear doesn't need to be that tall. Alright, let's see how we do here. Out of my way, Minnie. I got places to be. Alright. Already made my way through the slope pokes, so now to set my sights on the Cobra. 5 seconds. Seconds. As established before, I can easily outmaneuver the Cobra and the twisties. There are lots of those here, but also plenty of speed sections. No, I'm not going to try and memorize all the corner names around here. But I'm still catching up. Yeah, I'm definitely catching them fast. Alright, we're about halfway through this track, and get how close I got to the Cobra before at this point, but still definitely catching it in the more technical parts. But this is a straight section, so... .6 again. Alright. Second half of the track. Should have qualified here, but no, I don't want to qualify here because this track is already super long. .3. Got soft tires here. I usually don't mess with the tires much. I can normally just stick with whatever tires the car gives me for road vehicles. I'll go with hard tires for the enduros. I'll go with racing hards for like if I need them, but usually I don't mess with the tires too much. Forget which one of these is YouTube corner. I forget where Rebel Tree is. I think that's YouTube corner there. This is about where I got the Cobra before, so I think I might be fine. This thing is a bit twitchy at high speeds, but still, it's fun to just drive this thing hard. Certainly a lot more exciting to just drive a slow car fast, because with a slow car it's much easier to explore the limits, because the limits are lower. Alright, so the Cobra should still pass me down the straights, but then I can get it through the last few turns, like before. It won't be pretty, but... Okay, 150. The Cobra hit the brakes there. Not sure. Screw you. I don't care. I don't... I don't care. I just don't care. first 3 races cleared, even if not exactly in a clean fashion. I think I did just fine against the Cobra here. Then again, I don't think the Cobra started on pole last time. Point 2. If I'm gonna pull a crazy stunt like this, I could modify the car further, but I don't care right now. So, I'm still able to keep up anyway, even if I had to resort to dirty tactics. From what I've seen of the real track, there isn't actually a big wall in the new Val chicane like that. This is more of a track that resembles but is legally distinct from Circuit de Monaco. .1. Maybe I'll be fine here. Didn't have issues keep catching up, passing the Cobra here before, so. Go. Got the overtake much earlier than expected. I'll definitely be able to outrun it, out-corner it in the final section. Okay, doesn't look like it'll stand a chance of catching back up over here. What I'm still unsure about is how I'll do at Laguna. That one's also only 2 laps, and it's also a technical track, so. Alright. I at least have the championship locked in, even if I don't win the last race. I had to resort to wacky tactics at Nürburgring and Fuji, but still. I'm sure if I had put even more parts in this would be even easier. Alright. Final race. Laguna. Is it doing the lagging thing again? Also, overtake the skyline on formation right before we start. Seen that happen before. Alright. I'm just gonna... There we go. Didn't quite take it before the start, but still. I think I can easily work my way through these guys. And then take my fight to the Cobra up front. .3. Wonder if I'll be able to make up a bunch of time in the corkscrew. Oh yeah, I'm making up some time at least. Oh yeah, looks like I can make plenty of time in the second half of this. Oh yeah, looks like I'll be fine here. Like I can easily make up time in the final section. Well, I didn't want to do that, but it's not like I've been racing clean in this series to begin with. And it looks like I'll Alright. This wasn't the cleanest run of this series, but I beat the Cobra with the Lotus Elan, which is what I wanted to do. Alright, that's it for today. That's the last race of today, so let's go see what we win. Probably do some... I mean, I could do the World Championship right now, but I want to end the stream, and there are other races I'd rather do first. Save the World Championship for later. 50 grand in the bank, very nice. Let's see what we win. Is it gonna be good, or will it be cursed? Let's find out. Today, on Bottom Gear. Oh, come on! I love this thing, but you can't actually race it in this game. And there is a way, there is like a, I think a spec DB or cheat engine thing to let you get the enter special cars in this, but this is one of several special cars in the game you can't actually race. Which is a shame, because otherwise this thing would be an absolute beast. Because look at it, it weighs nothing. But yeah, you can't race the 7. I think it's because of high poly car models and also open cockpit. Yeah, and I can take it in here though. Looks like it only has one seat. I mean, that's coming soon. But yeah, I can't race this thing. Maybe I'll... Sadly. Because this thing... Because look at how light it is. I think this is the lightest car in any Gran Turismo game. .240 horsepower. 183. Can't NA tune it. If I could tune this thing would be a beast. If I could race this thing, it would be a beast, but I don't know. But anyway, that's gonna... Maybe I'll figure that out later. Anyway, that's gonna do for this stream. I've already seen someone live who I want to raid, so... Anyway, that's gonna do for this stream. Thanks for tuning in. I'll talk to you folks later. Bye!